Hello and welcome back, everyone. We are joined by the Stellaris soundtrack, of course, because the music in this game is copyrighted. But we are going to be playing as Kailasa. We're going to be experimenting with some starts. This is a very, very hard nation to expand with, but has really, really nice upside if you do ever get going. Largely because they have this unit, which is a recruit anywhere sacred troop, which means that they will take any sort of bless that we have. So ideally, we would want to have a really big bless. However, having a really big bless generally makes your expansion and such quite a bit worse. And their expansion is basically the worst in the entire game. In terms of anyone that I've played with. Professional Dom 6 streamer, very suspect. I don't think enough people care about Dominion 6 for that to be possible. So we are going to be trying to play around with these guys. These guys have like a base unit type that is like an ascended human, something like this. They are bigger in size, they have more health, they have a large magic resistance, morale, and especially a large amount of strength. Human stat line is kind of like 10 everywhere, 10s in all of these, and these guys are quite a bit bigger, and they have 2 attacks. And so if we can get something that affects the attacks, that'll be good. But most of what we have to work with is like these guys who have terrible magic resistance, morale, kind of 10s everywhere, otherwise these cheap spammable units, and they die really fast when trying to expand because a lot of these guys have little to no armor. They just have bucklers here, no armor here, just a bunch of naked dudes, and so you attrition a ton when you're expanding, generally speaking. And so this is why, if we can get off the ground reasonably well, we can have a pretty good start. We also do have other sacred troops that are capital-only troops, like this one and this one, but a lot of, just for reference in the game, a lot of the sacreds are capital-only sacreds, and so this guy represents an interesting sort of deviation from this. We also have another pretty strong characteristic, is this guy, who is very, very gold cheap, very gold efficient, gives us a little bit of research, and is probably the most efficient researcher in the entire game, as far as I know. The Dominion series has been my white whale forever. I love everything about the game conceptually, but it's too sweaty for me to play multiplayer. The AI is too fun, too bad to play against. Dominion's like... I would love if, like, the guy who runs Dominions, like, somehow got a team to actually make the game look good, you know, and make the UI, like, passable. Like, Dominions would go so hard if it, like, actually got support. This is one of our cap-only wizards, and then that's kind of like, these are our 2 wizards that are not cap only, so that's rough. Almost all of our power comes from these cap only guys who are not slow to recruit, but we have a guy who's good with earth. He can path into 2 other things, and then we have a guy, or a gal rather, who's good with water, can path 2 other things, and then we have a bunch of national summons that are really, really strong. And this is how we scale up really well, is we have a bunch of national spells. But we can't see them here. So let's jump into the browser and talk through it a little bit. Here you can see magic access. We have, on rare occasion, can get up really high on both earth and water, but okay. We have really late summons that can do, level 3 priest spells, which is nice. And we also have, like, a universal bless that gives all of our guys quickness. Here are some notes that have been written on the wiki. Yeah, you'll recruit a lot of gurus. Best off-mage capital? Alright, fair enough. Communions are going to be a strong thing, so linking up the astral mages together. One of the things that's a little bit uncomfortable is, you need these guys specifically to lead your troops, because your troops are magic beings, or your sacreds, and so they cannot be led by regular commanders, like that Bandar commander. Okay. We do have some notes with kind of the things that we had gone through. And then we have a bunch of our spells. We have some spells that summon some beasties. And then we have these, which summon various commanders for us. And so you can see here, level 4 priest. We have level 3 in astral, level 3 in the air path. We could also summon our regular commanders if we're swimming in gems for nature. And then we could also summon fire, death, this type of thing. And these commanders are really strong in the late game. They can do quite a bit of stuff. If we, like, their stat lines are very, very impressive, and they're sacred, so they will take our bless. And so we have these sacred troops and these sacred commanders summons, and also very good troops that we could just summon as well. These guys, do they not have it all? There are some very strong summonable troops. Not all of them are even in here. But okay. Let's jump back in. Yeah, the UI is very late 90s era, which doesn't help. No. I also don't think it's, like, getting better. The guy, like, does it as a hobby, though, so... And I imagine he doesn't want to, like, release the IP. But this is what we're gonna do, Kyasa. And so we're gonna practice some expands. Just gonna do a randomish map. We'll do K and then ASDF for Kailasa, rather. Early ages. Set the AI to difficult. And then we have a suspect, a very suspicious idea. I think this idea is too suspect, even. And so I think that we need our guy to have earth, and we want our guy to have fire. I think we want to drop either air or water. I think we have good access to water already, so we'll drop this. We'll increase this by a couple. But this is our very bad, no good idea. We're going to have to drop something. We can either drop a blur or strong blood. We're going to try the greedy version and drop blur. But this is our very, very greedy pig type of build, where we are going for a very, very large bless with a guy who's in prison. So he's going to take quite a while to join the fray. And what we are getting is all of this stuff, which notably does not require him to be incarnate. I tried to go for the biggest boosts possible that we can have while still having a guy imprisoned. We have inspirational presence. Morale is an issue, especially for our monkeys, so that'll help out a little bit. Reinvigoration, our guys... we have a lot of wizards, or almost all of our casters are sacred, so this will help them with that. Larger, if we take a look, the size of a square, in terms of how the game works, is 10. So if you have 3 guys, you can fit 3 guys in the square. If you have 4 guys, you can fit 4 guys in the square. If you have size 4, you could... Size 3, you can fit 3 guys. Size 4, you can only fit 2 guys. Size 5, you could still fit 2 guys. A lot of guys, and a lot of the troops, tend to be size 3. With size 4, now we have a bit of an issue, because we can fit fewer guys per square, and we kind of is mitigated by the fact that we have 2 attacks. But this means that we can take the larger blast pretty well, which gives us +1 size and 30% extra health. This will help us to stay alive. It does hurt our defense, but okay, it makes us more survivable, it gives us a little bit more map move, and so instead of having, and this will affect all of our commanders as well, and hit important breakpoints, so instead of having 23 hit points, we're going to have 30 hit points. And 30 hit points is an important breakpoint because When you break over 30, your regeneration, if you get regeneration, will heal you 3 life instead of 2. I'm not sure, yeah, it hits this guy over the breakpoint as well, where they are going to regenerate much better. If they get regeneration, this guy, it won't. I think this guy does as well. And this is our anywhere guy. And so it'll make them much more defensible. They will hit really, really hard. And okay. We have solar weapons, which adds damage to attacks. It also adds damage to undead. This is, I think, useful on 2 fronts. First of all, when you have double attacks, when you have multiple attacks, which these guys do because they have kicks. I'm not 100% sure solar weapon affects kicks, but when you have multiple attacks, you get to basically double dip from this. And secondly, these guys also have awe. And they have repel. Undead guys have really high morale, so they don't care about the awe. And one of the layers of repelling, or the final layer of repelling, which is like using your spear to like fend off a guy so that you don't have to let him hit you, is a morale check. So otherwise they would kind of suffer against undead, and it helps a little bit with undead, but it's mainly every single other weapon bless requires you be incarnate, and this one doesn't. We have strong blood for poison resistance and disease resistance. This might be a leak. We might maybe want to have this as blur instead. Maybe that's a little bit less greedy. Blood surge gives you a ton of stats. Attack, strength, defense, and reinvigoration. Specifically, the attack is useful for repelling, which us having a bigger guy is useful for as well. And then a little bit for experience. Is this testing for multiplayer or just single player? This build, I would love to play this in the multiplayer, but this is just so greedy. I have to imagine we get punished. Sounds like Stellaris. So the soundtrack is copyrighted. And so we're playing with the Stellaris soundtrack instead. Solar weapons does affect kicks. I find your lack of video dating videos disturbing. Womp womp. For our scales, we've decided to completely throw Sloth and Turmoil. Really don't need much in terms of resources, although this has actually been a little bit painful in kind of some of the preliminary tests we've done. Maybe something like this would be a little bit easier, because we've had like just slightly not enough resources, but we're going to be testing. We really would love Magic 3. And one of the reasons why we want Magic 3 is so that our guys don't get as fatigued casting spells. And that's important for communions. And these guys give 7 research. Boosting that up to 10 would be nice. So this is what we're going to do. This is super, super greedy. I'm expecting this to go really bad. Very, very bad is my expectation. So we're gonna try and do what's kind of the standard, as far as I understand it. Going through uni, how much LLM user do you think you would have been? Probably relatively low. Just saw a video thumbnail where a Uni of Minnesota PhD student got expelled for alleged LLM usage. The LLMs are really bad at thinking. They're good at finding information or volume type of stuff. So they like have a role, but like if you wanted to properly like synthesize using an LLM to being like intellectual, I mean, this is a topic we could cover, but it would be a task involving oscillating between like using your own brain and using the LLM brain, because like you can feed it a very specific prompt and ask it for like 100 outputs and then just prune 90 of the outputs. And then reformat like 10 of the outputs that you get, and you can do that That's like faster than coming up with 10 things. But I think you, whatever process you engage in, it has to be very, very prune heavy. Okay. So, we see we have a bridge. We have a couple things around us. We're on top of this. I do believe some of our units have dark vision. No? No dark vision? Bueller? Is this a sacred site? No. I could have sworn someone had dark vision. Alright, we'll get started by repeated recruitment on one of our guys who's good for researching. We have 6 holy points remaining. We'll go for 6 dudes with bucklers. And then, based on what we looked at, this is like what we can afford. We can afford these guys. These guys are the most expensive gold to resources ratio. Here's 4 to 1, and this is like 5.3 to 1. And we have excess of gold and not enough resources. And so this is what I was talking about, where maybe throwing Sloth 2 scales was too rough. And we have like, well, this guy become a prophet. We have this like thought that maybe we should just stand in place for 2 turns instead of 1. And also, I think these guys might actively be bad because they're just end up shooting our own troops a lot. Or they're only useful for screening, like standing in front, and eating, like, the brunt of some types of attacks. So let's do this, and let's end the turn. And, okay, this is nice, because we have all cavalry here. The Kappas, if I recall correctly, are really weak, and these guys are really weak. So, in terms of what we could have rolled, this is, like, one of the best situations. I think we want Alteration 3, but I'm not 100% sure what the best situation is. We'll continue to go for this. But okay. We'll try and fire the enemy archers, just generally. We can't set to fire rear, which is kind of what we'd want to do. And we have this group now. Let's put these guys in front of the archers. And so what we could do is we could take these bad archers and put them in the very front and try and go for this initially. I think there's a very high chance that we just die here. We could go for this, into this, into this. The thing is like, generally speaking, you want to be moving forward. Are you a thinker or a dreamer? Probably thinker. Or piss jug drinker? That's the second one, yeah. Where's my chatting stream? I even subbed to your ideas channel. Big true. Big true. I thought about doing a video or a stream on, like, the nature of truth. Like, one exercise that's kind of fun is trying to get people to define chair with necessary and sufficient conditions, because it's not a possible task. Or, like, you can't do it. It's a little bit of an exercise in philosophy that kind of, I think, is useful. Benedix, thank you for the 10 bits and the happy affiliate anniversary. Well wishes, much appreciated. I really want to try this. I'm pretty sure we get wrecked, but we have a really big screen. if we don't. Or we could go for that in our second. Because look, looking at this, we have a river separating this. We have heat scales. So we just have the bridge to cross. And so we want one army to go this way to this into whatever's over there. And one army to go here, here, here. The Ictalids are not strong. We could also wait an additional turn. I'm not sure about going underground. That seems suspect. Also, the book where you read, where the guy was speaking to Moral Fusion, how populist do you think the position he was putting forward was? To me, it sounded like he was very much arguing for class struggle, without going that far. It seemed, yeah, he seemed very class-oriented. I think we're gonna take our guys and we're gonna put him in front to eat the lance hits. These idiots, and we're gonna try. We're gonna try. We're gonna try and fight the cavalry. I'm pretty sure we just get shit on. And then we peel off a couple more turns and try again. Because otherwise we're gonna hem and haw. I'm pretty sure this doesn't work. Our forces were beaten. Let's view the battle. So, these guys in front at least get to eat a bunch of lance fire. Alright, so they come in. And the lances go boop. And they take out the front guys. And then our guys get in, but they just have, like, no defense. We almost win. We could have peeled off another turn and probably won this. Yeah. So what was the damage? We just lost, yeah. The thing is it feels like you have to get a critical mass of these guys. With some of the testing we've done, it feels like you need more than this amount of guys. So this would be catastrophically bad. But what we're gonna do is we're just going to peel off a couple more turns and just see how things go. And this guy just has to wait for more dudes, I think. Is this the dating advice stream? Play Dominion 6? I can think of no better dating advice. Alright. So, we'll show what we mean where we kind of have a couple more guys and we were thinking of waiting a turn. We have less guys overall. I'm pretty sure this is doable now. We're starting to have gold issues. Because obviously we haven't... This is not a startable... Us being on turn 4 with just one province is not a viable strategy. But just want to kind of take a few more reps to the combat. So this goes much better. So I was thinking that we could hold off our first expansion. The thing is, the units we start with for expanding are just so absolutely trash. These guys especially, because these guys just shoot us in the back. And our guys have very little armor. I'm not even sure that they do more damage to the enemy than us. But okay. When we have many of these guys, they can kind of roll through. And you can see that they are, some of them are blood surging. They do a lot of damage when they hit. Just needing them to expand and like only having 5 on the first go out feels really bad. I think is like the crux of the issue. And from here we might even be able to... What we could have done though is we could have gone here into here and refueled some of them. I think that this strategy is just too greedy. I think we just can't be a greedy pig like this. What's our bless for this test? It is very, very greedy. Pretenders of the world, right? It is a... Forget if it's imprisoned or dormant. The longer term one, with about as much... as bad as best we could do, where the bless would be online from the start. Where I think larger and blood surge are the particularly powerful ones. The problem is we're really squishy and we do not solve that problem. The goal is to solve that problem down the line with buffs. Heroism and larger is always nice. Larger really kind of feels good when our guys are size 4. Like, I imagine this Ictlid fight goes really well too. Look at our guys. They kill 54. There's 12 of them and we lose 2. So once we get rolling with these guys, like once we have... It feels like we need at least 2 turns of recruitment of them to like be able to do anything. But like once we have that, look at that. You just see... Look at them all. They all just one-shot the enemy. They're all simultaneously blood surged because they all just walked in. They have they have a whole bunch of strength because they start out with a ton, and then they're got larger, and then they just come in and bonk. Now they get bonked in return very easily. And the Bandar guys almost get in the way. And okay. You're playing Dom 6? Yeah, dog. Too stressed to be blessed? Blood surging to victory? Yeah. So, okay. This run is a fail. Let's try again. Okay, ASDF. Okay, playing Kailasa. I wish you could just save your settings. Playing the suspect idea. And what we did here is we had cut water. And we cut blur. Let's maybe... I really want disease resistance, man. I really want 5 poison res and disease resistance. But this would be easier if we had blur. And we do have nature mages. Let's cut strong blood. And the idea is we want more candles so we can recruit more sacred troops. We also ran into trouble with Sloth 2. We could go order and then cut a magic. We could also... you know, do something else to gain 40. So we get the fast research. The thing is, if we get going, we much prefer these scales. Are you a long time Dominions fan? Long time, but like, I'm not swinging, I'm not slanging it. Is the leadership less important? It kind of is. The plus 50 leadership is really nice. And early on, in a little bit of my preliminary testing, we were having issues routing. The monkeys route very easily. And so it actually helps with expansion to keep the monkeys from routing. Yeah, the goal is to have, like, as much stats as possible on an imprisoned guy. For our sacreds, for trying to make the expand work, because if the expand works, I think this is good. Monkeys love to be cowards. Monkeys do love to be cowards. So we'll try suspect idea again. We have an idea that I think is maybe not as suspect, but if the suspect idea works, that's, I think, what we want to do. Excited to see what you do. Everyone has such unique playstyles and dumb stuff. I'm thinking monkeys are cowardly even with the +1. They are cowardly with the +1. This isn't... We could throw it. We could just say, you know what, the monkeys are cowards. We don't need that ish. Alright. I think we're most likely to find easiness here. This looks like a pretty good roll where we have a lot of options. You know what we could do? We could recruit a scout. No, this doesn't make any sense. The thing is that we run out of resources, right? This is our guy that is most expensive on a per gold basis. Yeah, the issue is that we run out of resources, and this would be resolved the second we get, like, another location. And so, us getting a location on the second turn is, like, kind of important. What we could do is we could go out, fight once, come back, pick up troops, and then we would have 3 rounds of recruitment, and then I think we would be fine. You know what's funny is we actually go pretty well into barbs. But this is very soft, except for archers are terrifying. We don't like archers, we don't like slingers. Barbs are actually something we could fight reasonably well. Because our guys are not... the barbs, like, do a ton of damage, but our guys are not defensive because they... Our guys are not defensive because they have, like, no armor, not because we care about the damage. But, the problem is not being able to get the critical mass going. Okay. I think we're supposed to go north. Just because it is the easiest spot. I wish Aerofend was cheaper. Yeah, this we could go with the like Air 6+, but then we have to be present from the start. This is testing for a multiplayer lobby. Theoretically, but or like we could just take stuff slower in single player. We would like to have at least 12 locations by turn 13, like at a very, very minimum. I think there's some value letting these guys screen the enemy archers. They are just not very valuable. If we like, if we attrition them, that's not that bad. I think this is going to give us the most options about what we do next. Including walking just back and picking up a new crew. Draconians have down air riding Amazons and Lovecrafty and fish people. Big true. Big brain gaming. Basically. You should play Solaria and make skeleton printing spreadsheets. I thought about making a spreadsheet for this. I think that, like, there's, like, not enough interest in the game, just generally, from my audience. But if there was, I wouldn't mind trying to, like, solve some Dominion stuff. The notion of, like, when you're being analytic about it, the notion of, like, how much you're paying for stats is very interesting. And not just stats, but also hitting breakpoints. We also have Blur. Alright, let's see it. God, even the soft thing, we lose so much. We attrition out so much. So, our idea was that they fire into our guys first. And our frontline guys are just attritioning. But I think that our guys are actually shooting our dudes a bunch. Like, when our guys are volleying in, are they doing more damage to us than the enemy? I honestly think that these guys are negative EV. This game is really deep. You can do logistic and magic is bonkers. I can't believe you're playing this. I wanted to try it for more than a year now. Spreadsheet man is a menace to the society, not gonna lie. Absolute menace. Is it really projectile based with those sprites? Also, is that a monkey army? It is a monkey army. It is a monkey army. We took so much damage. Yeah, I think the idea of going out one, coming back. I think that this is okay. I think it feels really bad, but this is maybe how this works. And then we get to recruit some guys who have a little bit better on the armor. Dom is goated. So many kill hours. Yeah. It is a sick game. Also, so much better when you put in the Stellaris soundtrack. Let's go. No unit is negative EV if you're willing to invest mages in construction to make them work. I think that they're negative EV in our fights, though. Because I'm pretty sure the way morale checks work, them eating damage actually is a vibe. Okay, I think we're going into this because it has a really low amount of troops right now. What heroic thing did we roll? Toughness? That's pretty nice. At the start of the game, monkeys are trash for expansion? Yes. Alright, I think we can recruit the armor up guys now. And one nice thing is we are getting like a bunch of research here. But, okay, it's turn 4, and we have 2 locations, and we're not very close to getting a second expanding army. But, I think that they might just actually be negative EV. But here, like, this goes really, really well. And part of that is that they have, like, 0 troops. But also, like, once we have a mass of these things, we get them rolling their morale checks really quick. Because they just, like, touch the enemy combat, and then everything just evaporates. So, here, we'll slow it down. But these guys touch combat, damage, 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 damage. The 2 attacks, and then one thing dies, and now these guys are enraged and their stats are insane. 21 strength, 15 attack, on a guy with no experience. And they just run over the enemy thing. So if they can get to the point where they start touching, like, the enemy just blows up. And we suffered no loss of Yavanas. And they kind of expand just fine into barbarians, too. So why don't we go for this, which will give us the most options. Maybe I'll regret saying they expand just fine into barbarians, but per my recollection they do. That's to avoid negative events. And now we are recruiting this, which is going to be nice, and we won't be peppering our backside with, like, a bunch of these idiots. I think we might even try expanding without just, like, leaving these guys at home for the first salvo. But these guys have the Curiouses. And so when we have a mix of these guys and these guys, it's actually kind of nice because these guys can eat the archer fire much better. Without us having to roll a bunch of, without a bunch of damage happening, causing a bunch of morale checks. Because, us routing is definitely a way that we, like, lose. Kailasa Sacreds are beautiful once they get into melee, yeah. Try to play any of the undead factions? Why pay more for troops when you can just resurrect them? I don't like them as much. They make up a % of your army's HP, and once it drops below a certain round, it triggers a rout. Yeah, so, and they, like, don't do, like, they do damage to us. The thing is that they're good for screening. And I think maybe, like, we want to have, like, 10 of them and just throw them in front. Like, if the enemy has cavalry or something. They also eat archer fire, too. They get a plus EV against barbs. Yeah. Since no armor nor shield. Another thing is we're thinking as we add more of these guys, we can put these guys in the very front so they eat the archer fire first. There's no archer fire with the barbs though, so we'll just keep them in formation. I think we're gonna recruit one more time and then try and get a second expanding party, but I think that this goes reasonably well. Berserker monkeys are real, they can't hurt you. Yeah, so look at this. Like, normally barbarians are the terror. Like, they're absolutely terrifying because they just bonk one-hit stuff. But our guys are bonk one-hittable by, like, anything. Or they're just very squishy in general. So the fact that barbs make stuff feel squishy is just completely irrel. And so this is, like, not intuitive, but, like, they're gonna get in. And then it's gonna be a matter of, like, who can kill the other one faster. And our guys just get, like, do, like, infinite damage. 21 strength is huge. Like, damage value 29. And these guys have how much life? Like, yeah, these guys just get one shot. And then they blood surge, and when they blood surge, now suddenly we have a really high attack skill. And, is the Falchion long enough? If our weapon's longer than theirs, we get to repel. We get a score of +1. We don't get to repel. Maybe we're not even supposed to recruit these guys. Maybe we're supposed to recruit the spear guys so we could repel early on. Oh, we didn't watch the end of that battle. Let's watch all the way through it. Solaris OST? Yeah, the OST for this game is copyrighted. But, like, yeah. Our Sacreds just instantly pop their army and rout them. The militias are almost scarier than the... because they have, like, archers in them, are almost scarier. Like, we read slingers and we're like, just kidding, didn't mean it. But this doesn't have slingers. Alright. We're gonna do that. But also, these guys, I think, take less resources by a pretty big margin, so maybe we're supposed to start with these guys, because they can repel. Use the Sacreds like cavalry, have them on the flanks and set to attack rear. So they don't get clumped up weirdly. We'll do that with the next squad. I was thinking having the Sacreds in the center and these guys more spread out, but slightly further up so they eat the archer fire first. Because I'm fine with them just crashing into the front line and then one-shotting the front line and just causing a rout. Doesn't matter how much damage you take if you always die in one hit. Let the monkeys frontline. Need to be size 6+ or more for +1 weapon length? No, it's not. It's not 6 or more with repel. It helps with. It helps, but we need +2 and to repel those guys. We could with the spears, so maybe that's what we try next. Day 10 of pressuring generals to be a VTuber. Big true. Alright, let's see how this went. I think I do want the monkeys slightly in front, so that they eat the archer fire first. They might run faster though, these guys, because they're bigger size. So we might need them further in front, yeah, because they do run faster. I mean, it was nice to get them surging immediately, but there was no bowfire here. We were expecting that one to be really easy. This one will have slingers. Swap out for Guru. Here, because we want them all stacked in separate units now, because we don't have Divine Blessing. Let's try that. So we're gonna go in on the barbs. Well, the barbs don't have a backline. That's an issue. So I think we hold an attack closest. Yeah, against the barbs, I think we just do this. Are we supposed to go on this first? No, we can't. Alright. So, second expansion squad in turn 7. And this is, like, assuming that things go well. we're not, like, pulling ahead on gold either, anywhere here. Alright, let's see how attacking the rear looks. I'm not sure attacking the rear is necessary versus the Indies. But okay, we have this. And these guys, our Sacreds are doing almost all the damage here. 10 of the kills were Sacreds. Yeah, don't like the Javelins. But I think the second we touch them, they just fold. Yeah. That guy Blood Surges. I mean, I guess this action is something we're kind of into. Wait, where are they going? See, if our guys are running past and they're not in combat, I'm not sure I like the attack rear for this. Alright, moment of truth on this one. These work just fine. Yeah, the normal, like, spooky guy is the barbs, and here are the barbs we don't care about. It's just like, watching these guys, the second they touch combat, they just instantly delete everything. So for this, we wish we had a screen. I think we go north here. One enemy unit. This feels like a tarp. That feels like there's something there that's not something we want to fight. I think we're fine into Lizard Warriors. I just want to check. I think that this is better for expansion maybe, but I just want to check if we're fine into Lizard Warriors. We're kind of reaching the end of this test to some degree. Now we could take this and look to replenish. I don't think that works quite well. Oh, I don't know if we get a third expand squad out. If we do, we want them going this way. Fair on that attack rear. If he'd gotten to the commander, that would have been sweet snipe. Yeah. Happy affiliate anniversary. Thank you so much. Bro charging into the void. Us losing 4 of these guys feels bad, but... yeah, I think it's just like... we have to somehow mass these guys. And so, our starting commander, how much Dominion score we have on him really matters. We could even go for something higher than 7 Dominion, but that's really expensive. Yeah, look at that, just deleted. This is make the archers... so the archers don't route there, so going for the rear might have been better on them. But okay, they route as soon as they get in. And then here, we went in on the lizards. We're starting to run out of these guys too, is the issue. But this is the attack rear group. Yeah, I feel like it takes too long for them to get to the backside. I think this squad is... I don't think we want to go into that. I think that's a problem. For us. So this guy... Here, Inspirational is also really nice as well. This guy would normally only be able to take 10 units with him. Now we can take this. So, like, the Inspirational Presence is going to be so nice here, because this guy we just wanted to scout around. But what we could do here is we can get recruitment. We can, like, refill, not waste a cap turn making a commander. And another issue is that these guys are magic. So they have to be led by mages. And so this is just very, very nice that Inspirational Presence is giving us plus 60 units here. So we'll get to refuel here. So I guess we aren't going to have another expansion squad. And then... down to 14. I think we... Oh, we might want to double back with these guys too. It's either that or go into the barbs. 90 barbs with this? I don't like that. Try this. Oh, this just doesn't work. Well, this guy's gonna need to actually come back here anyways. So we can regroup some of these. Okay, let's leave a little bit behind. Okay. Oh, we rolled nice with the 4. So we will get to reorganize the army. And here we get to add a whole bunch of dudes. So I think that we're okay. And then those guys get to eat the lance charges. So the undisciplined guys, if they have a use, I think it's just eating lance charges types of things. And this guy we could just search with. It feels like we have to do everything perfectly every single time, though. Well, it's probably just a sign I suck at this game. I think Evocation 2 is good. Conch 3. I think Bark Skin, yeah. This is why we were going for this. We don't really need Strength of Giants. And maybe also this is... Maybe we do this. Maybe this is a breakpoint for us. Because Barkskin, on Alteration 3, Barkskin is so good on our Sacreds. And okay, what turn are we on? We're on turn 10. And we're on turn 10 with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 locations. Definitely wouldn't want to bump this into Pharaoh Attacker. Definitely wouldn't want to bump into this Kailasa build in multiplayer. Really? This is spooky? This seems super greedy. Hello, what's happening? We are trying to figure out how to expand with a really, really greedy build. Where the hardest part is like the first 10 turns. But I think what we're going to get is, next turn we're going to get 1 territory, the following turn we're going to get another 2, and we're going to hit our, like, minimum of 12. Right, we have 5, 9 right now. Next turn we'll be on 10. And the following turn we'll be on 12, and we'll be on 12 1 turn early. Those Sacreds rip and tear, if you bumped them, they could probably kill a god. Oh, bump being a term, like, where you just accidentally... like, walk into them? Or Prophet plus Army if it's melee heavy? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I guess anything that's not archers, like, feels really straightforward. So let's view this battle. This goes pretty good. The Marcata archers, we just want to eat a bunch of lance charges at the start. Which I think is exactly what they do. Yeah. And they still have a bunch of archers, so that's bad for us, but... But the 2 squads, instead of 3 squads, we have 2 squads, but the 2 squads feel pretty... They feel pretty good now. Let's actually watch that again. And see how much of our guys are getting barkskin. So that guy gets barkskin, barkskin... He barkskins a lot of the Marcata archers. I think these are actually just minus EV for us. We like, it's super dead to us that they're doing that. I mean, they all... I think evocation, there's a specific evocation I think we want for... Astral. Is it Arcane Bolts? So maybe there's a world where we want these guys when we're hitting Alt 3. We would maybe need to rethink whether or not we want to, like, actually move this guy out, because... Well, it's not so rare that we get the Earth 4 guy. But, like, another thing is, like, our research is spectacular. Hey, wow, Lucid. How you doing? This is the Dominions 5 guy. Yeah, I guess we'll show... Just trying to test something out that I think is just way too greedy, but... I think if we make it work... It scales well. We're imprisoned with as stat heavy a bless as we could do. That doesn't require our guy being incarnate. and still have decent scales. Yeah, those giants you fought earlier, neither of you knew the other was coming, so you accidentally murdered one of their expansion forces. Yeah. I mean, if they don't have archers, we're super, super fine with it. And then I think that this scales... I think I like the Reinvig, Blood Surge, and Larger in terms of late game scaling with the mages. Hey Lee Wolf, how's it going? Streams are going good. So... doesn't have a very strong bless. Our scales are... we sunk the scales. We have like Heat 3, Sloth 2, Turmoil 2, and Magic 3 on our scales. I think we could do that. Yeah, it's really nice not being afraid of the barbs at all, too. We're just terrified of archers. Militias are terrifying. Yeah, this cool should scale well. Versus AI, you deal with archers all game. Versus players, it's only an expansion. So maybe this is not as insane a multiplayer. I mean, it still feels like an Awake Expander is probably the way to do this. Just because, like, we don't have 3 expansion squads, we have 2. Because things have gone relatively suspect. Not a single casualty. With Cav? That's crazy. What happened here? I mean, none of them are archers, I guess. I think the bark skin helps. I mean, these guys are so killy once they touch anything. I think for our initial salvo, though, in order to solve the resource problem, we're supposed to go Spearman. I think Repel is also useful early on. Favorite Excel user playing my favorite game? Hey, how's it going? Yeah. Definitely feels like a critical mass type of thing. Like, we need, like, 2 to 3 turns worth of recruitment of these guys. Okay, so we're almost at... we have 1 more turn until it's been a year. We'll take this. We will recruit her for scouting sites. Is she not sacred? She's sacred, yeah. I do really like the idea of hitting over 36 hit points on this guy, too. For regeneration. We could pseudo-thug these guys out. We just want to take whichever one of this is softest for the test. Well, actually... I think this is what we'd expand into anyways. Oh, I think I made a mistake. I think last time I was supposed to start sending guys forward somehow. Having these researcher monkeys be able to, like, pull troops out is actually really nice. So we're not going to need a 3rd expansion army. What we're going to need, if anything, is just going to be reinforcing one of the expansion armies. They have 21 sacreds. They have 18. I think we might want a fort here. So let's do that. And maybe that's our first fort. Just trying to play it as if we're going to continue this game, but I don't think we're going to continue this game. I think we're gonna try again. Favorite YouTuber Lucid is here too? It's a party. I feel like we probably should have been checking recruitment, what we could do a little bit more aggressively. I know these guys are sneaky. We've been relatively tight on gold this whole time though. We also need another priest to build temples. I guess she can scout her way over here. Do we really want that though, as our first fort? If we fort here, we can... Does this do anything for us? Not really. Yeah, didn't really encounter too much diversity here. What's this music? I know it. This is Stellaris. So Conj 3 is coming in. Yeah. Just the second they touch. So killy. You're my favorite Dominion 6 player? Only? Yeah. Is it generalist as in military or all/normal? Wait, what? Although, is this soundtrack still... Yeah, this is still Stellaris, okay. I thought something had gone amiss. Perfect. This is basically exactly how we wanted this to roll up. Yeah, so I think us hitting Barkskin is also an important breakpoint. We might want this guy on advance across spells. But the problem is getting up to, like, I think you need like 15 of the guys for this to like feel good, and you just don't start out with 15. Okay. It's turn 13. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 12 was kind of our minimum figure. So I think this is a success. Let's maybe think about the build a little bit. So I think we can, this isn't the build we used. We dropped Strong Blood to hold on to Blur in order to do this. We threw out that. Oh, might have to have a little bit of a think here. Do we just want to run this back and try it again? We were thinking of adding one more productivity. I think we liked Inspirational Presence. We could drop Reinvig and Heroism for the Strong Blood if we really wanted the Strong Blood. We could maybe afford to drop the Blur. I really would like Strong Blood. What is the meaning? Is it generalist as in military or as in all/normal? Oh, like of the name? It's not military related, no. I mean, I think that this is as stat heavy as we can get for something that's imprisoned. So I think cutting the blur or heroism/reinvig for the poison resist and disease resistance is probably greedy. We could try and do better than we just did. Yeah, the thing is like, the stuff that would be really nice would require us having an Awake Pretender. Maybe we should put a pin in this, redeem the monkey. What didn't feel useful? All of this felt good. Well, we might one-shot stuff without solar weapons. Maybe solar weapons can go? I think solar weapons scales really well, though. I'm gonna use the restroom. I'll be right back. If you guys have any thoughts, let me know. The only thing I could think of is it would be nice if we could get more. Could we throw a scale for that? Could we throw a scale for that? And at this point, would it be cheaper for us to monolith? No, it wouldn't be. There's no way it's cheaper for us to monolith. We have too many magic paths. We have too much bless points. Not sure heroism does that much for you. It's just morale. No, it's experience. And so each point of experience gives us attack and defense. So like, once you get the ball rolling on the guys, like them walking in, winning the first combat, striking, hitting, one-shotting the dude, and then hitting Blood Surge, like, yeah. Solar weapons are a good counter versus undead demons who ignore your sacred art. That was one of the ideas. It's also the only imprisoned thing we can take. Solar weapons for inspirational, another point of heroism. What do you guys think? Interesting, interesting. I would love to have more inspirational presence for the monkeys. But as someone was pointing out, the monkeys are going to run no matter what. Inspirational presence, the first point is incredibly useful for being able to ferry around dudes. What scale do we throw? I really hate throwing growth. I think it's a fine bless, honestly. I think I would like the extra candle, though. -1 magic. Slightly overkill. Yeah, I think it's -1 magic. It feels bad. But I think the extra candle is actually so useful for us early on. Alright, suspect idea. Becoming less suspect by the minute. We have less prot if we choose the spear guys, but I think the fact that they can repel and the fact that early on we are actually squeezed on the resource points makes us want to do that. Because we'd much rather recruit these guys. But we could recruit these guys, and this is what we've done. But this way we get to spend way more of our gold. Oh, we don't have enough recruitment points anyways. Huh. Yeah, so then it just becomes a different issue. We run out of recruitment points instead of resource points. Okay. We're squeezed on two things that we would have to change multiple scales to solve it. We have a little bit more recruitment points. So like this. The repel guys might be better early on though. You have super cheap 1 sacred mages research, so it'd never be an issue once you get labs up. Yeah, but they have really low base research, so proportionally it's way more extra research. But yeah. I'm just wondering if we value the repel more than the buckler with the early expansion. Or even the first group, maybe we want just this. I mean, we could repel stuff with 1-length weapons. Just try this run out with spear guys? Yeah, okay. This does allow us to get more dudes, though, even still. You have extra resources? Alright, well, not a lot. Oh, I'm a moron. What am I doing? We need that guy in there. Yeah. It wasn't making sense, now it makes sense. Yeah, so now we get to spend down more resources here with the spear guys, and they have repel. Yeah, okay. Okay. Now here's the thing, is if we roll really bad on these 3 territories next to us, it feels super sunk. Ape together strong. Indies have archers, Buckler helps with that. Yep. You might be right. This is not what we wanted to see. We wanted to see, like, barbarians. Oh, I think we're supposed to recruit another turn instead of fighting this. Well, we don't care about the heavies. We care about the archers. I think these guys are, like, actively bad at a certain point. We don't want to add extra health. We want to have a light screen. Jesus. They're all 70. I think we go here with the idea that we can come back or repeat the recruitment and reinforce and be a little bit slower on the uptake. 0 gold, Exacxes. Oh, this feels so bad. So we're gonna go here, 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 maybe. And then the second squad goes here, here. Not exactly... Us starting in the corner is probably a little bit worse. The number to beat is 14 locations, what we had with the last run here. Not so bad. Okay, so these guys get to eat most of some of the initial fire, which is what we wanted them for. And then our guys get in. And do we think they're more survivable with the repel or with the buckler? They rout. Okay. How many guys survived? God, almost all of them died. Okay, so I don't think we like the spears, man. I don't think we like the spears. I mean, maybe that was just bad for us always, anyways. And, like, once we get the first location, we get to start recruiting those guys instead. That's impossible for us to beat. Oh, we get a bad layout, too. This layout's really bad for us. What the hell is this layout? Wait, actually, what? This is so scuffed. We might not play this all the way out. There's no additional bridge over here. It's just one path down. So that's really bad for us expanding wise. But the flip side is it's less bad for us than it would be otherwise. Okay. We only lose one guy this time. We do this and then wait 3 turns before getting an extra expanding squad. That extra expansion squad is only going to be able to hit 2 locations before it gets bricked, right? Because it's going to go 1, 2, and then we will have already expanded this and this, and our scales are heat, so we're not going to be able to cross the rivers. So I think we actually come back and only have 1 expansion squad and look to reinforce the expansion squad when they go into the Stormwoods. God, that feels so bad considering we just reinforced. This feels so awful. I think this is just a really bad layout, though, more so than, like, this being untenable. Can these guys roll? No. Is it 100%? It's 10%, yeah. What did he roll? Nice. That's basically the best thing he can roll for us. Yeah, this layout's super bad. Not having a bridge, like, anywhere here. Okay, we gotta think ahead. We're gonna go here. Then we're gonna go here. Then when we go here, we want to meet up with reinforcements. So we can wait. And then the next turn, something needs to be coming in here. So I don't think we can yeah, we're gonna waste points. We can't afford to recruit a new unit type or leader type or whatever. Feels, 25 casualties feels so bad, but most of them are the Marcata archers. These guys feel like negative EV unless we're... Specifically, cavalry is the only thing where they feel decent. But none of these guys die. Only one of the spearmen die. Alright, so now we gotta do that. And then this is just very straightforward. We lose 9 sacreds. Oh, God. I feel like we're getting shot in the back by our own guys. But no, it's just... we can't beat archers, basically. Yeah, I think the person who commented that the buckler saves us against archers, I think you're super right. We do this guy now. Such a trash layout for us. What is this? We're getting raided too? God damn it, dude. What? What is this? For the sake of evaluating this run, we're gonna pretend that that didn't happen. Alright. But I think that this is such a huge confound that it maybe isn't even all that important. Extra map move from larger coming in nice there. I don't think we could do that normally. Man, where are they even coming from over here? I guess we would have had winter. We could have played around the winter. This is just so scuffed now because we're getting nowhere near as much income. Them just chipping one province off of us isn't too bad. A player Baritos wouldn't do such nonsense in year 1. You think that they would or they wouldn't? Oh, they even clipped our, like, general move. Oh, I think we're gonna restart here. Would not, unless they were streamer sniping. They're just randomly hitting coastal because they're, yeah, no, I think this is super dead. So we could have planned around turn 9, being able to cross some of the rivers because our dominion hadn't spread enough to unbrick the river, but then, like, our guys might get trapped on the other side. I think that this is a super scuffed roll, though. Okay, SDF 1. Suspect idea. I think we threw water and dropped strong blood. I think that's how we played that. If I play multiplayer, I'm probably just gonna make videos and not stream it. Okay. Here's to not getting unlucky. But we are gonna go with these guys. They seem to die a whole lot less. And then I think we just go all these guys, and we have a bunch of gold left over, but I guess it's fine. I mean, we could recruit one of these guys this turn. I don't think that really does a whole lot for us, though. Gives us a little bit more research, I guess, but... I guess we could bid on this. I'm not used to expanding with mercs. I'm just gonna leave the mercs aside for now. Yeah, archers on everything. Maybe we're not even supposed to hold. It doesn't take us any time to get the bless down. We're gonna continue to go Alteration 3 first, into Evo 2, Conch 3. We have some options here. We will have 3 options here. Just 2 here. If you were to go and do some Dom multiplayer content, would you classic long form or blitz? Probably blitz to start, just because having my first multiplayer being months long, even though that would be more my style, is probably not a good idea. Let's look. Oh, Jesus Christ. Jesus. Let's watch it. It might be that if we roll like all militias or all archer stuff. Oh. I didn't realize that they had cav. It didn't say that they had cav. Yeah, okay, so us eating a bunch of lance shots with our best troops is bad. So maybe hold an attack. Would have been the way to go there. Alright, so this is already, like, uber scuffed, but let's try and see if we can recover it. See how resilient this can be. Okay, this goes much better when they don't have any cav. So the fact that they had cav just uber cucked us. Maybe I just can't read and it said that they had cav? Also, maybe it's just, if it's sketchy, we should actually just wait till we have 2 turns worth of those guys. I think we have the map move to do this, actually. No, we don't. These guys don't have enough map move. Womp womp. Oh, I think we actually just need more guys. I don't think we can push without more guys. I think we gotta do something jank as hell like this. Just to try and get the first expansion squad working. Not being able to expand into militias just feels so bad. Someone's got to keep the metrics up. Ayo. I know a lot of generals viewers just listen. I think YouTube generally will have lower engagement per viewer, which is okay. Like, YouTube is a platform that's like their player is better, but they have like less chat stuff. Okay, so we get a lot of kills with our sacreds. I mean, our sacreds are doing all the killing. 33 kills on the sacreds. So maybe if our initial circle sucks for expansion, we just have to wait an additional turn. Yeah, you just... And now this has to somehow work for a while. Unlucky for us not to roll more barbs. Because that's what we're good at. Handling. I have no idea what's going on. Hey, Field Medic. I'm just vibing in the YouTube. Excellent second monitor content. Do be like that. Oh, losing 19 of these guys. What? We lost like all of our secrets. What the hell is this? These guys... throwing rocks. We like actively don't want them to throw rocks though. We have no sacreds. Holy shit. We can't expand without those guys. Let's watch that again. I think we're restarting. We definitely want them getting in with us instead of throwing rocks. I think some of the damage we're taking is actually from them hitting us with rocks, because we have no armor. This is crazy bad. I think this is like so unsalvageable. Turn 6 and we have 5 locations. God, this feels awful. That one goes really well. Same type. Yeah, they just insta-give anything. What did we roll? Unequal to obesity, hell yeah, brother. Alright, second expansion squad. God, this is so late. I don't even think we have enough guys to expand. Oh my god. We might wait it. Oh my god. It's turn 8. I mean, saved by the adventurers, I guess. What is this? Bit lucky from us. I think we'll send this guy out to scout. We don't have bark skin yet. We just want these guys to not be clumped with the Bandar guys, because they aren't going to accept blessings as well that way. Alright. Maybe salvageable? He said, not believing a word of it. Not sure how useful those guys are. This guy can move about troops. And we'll maybe end up constructing our first fort. This beleaguered squad is not going to be able to expand into militias. I don't think we can recruit our way out of it. There's not enough sacreds in here. In the squad. There's like, heavy cavalries too. Well, heavy cavalries actually feel a little bit better about than the archers. Maybe we have a shot? And then we could walk back. Like, the timing is a little bit better to take one thing, walk back, and then go for this after. See where they crash. Dwarf Fortress? Should play a little bit of Dwarf Fortress sometime. This is looking just generally kind of bad. Our first try was just way better. That works out perfectly. So these guys screen, eat all the lances. So cavalry is really not an issue. The stuff that's normally spooky, like cavalry and barbs, are not spooky. So these lances just hit our idiots, and then we get to come in here and just like do infinite damage. And that goes really well. The couple of these guys fire rearmost is probably useful for us. I think we're hitting ourselves with some of those fire spells. What is this quest thing? I don't know how to interact with that quest thing. Probably not germane. Let's do this. Have them search. 30 units we can maybe do. Start heading back. And then we'll make a fort there. On the farmland. We could recruit a heavy infantry. No, let's not. So next turn, this army will come here and reinforcements will come out from there. It still feels really awful though. And then I think we want a fort here as well. On the desert. Go splurge for one of these guys to start scouts, site searching. That's really bad. Not gonna be able to recruit. I think, does that cut everywhere off? That cuts everywhere off. God, that's one of those knowledge check things. I think we're toasted then. Like, that the heroes thing leads to whatever this is that's attacking us. Alright, but what year is it? Let's turn 11. And if we think that we meet up here and then head out here, we meet up here, turn 12, head out here, turn 13, and then we optimistically get one more location with these guys. Probably here. Then we would have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 locations. So below what we should do. Forgot the same time. Was too tired to answer. Couldn't see. Oh yeah, the Twitch is at the same time, but both the chats should be on screen. Would love a Dwarf Fortress playthrough. I don't know Dwarf Fortress that well, so it would be like a lot of watch journalists struggle and try and figure it out. But that's half the fun. But yeah, I think we call this one a failure. So with that build, we're now like 1 for 4. But I think we've gotten really RNG cucked twice. The thing is if we... The initial circle, if we roll it bad, it's just like really bad. And like other countries or nations can deal with a bad roll, but we just can't. I think what we have to do though is just wait. I think that's the solution. Is if we get a bad roll, we say nah. Can't do it. Try one more with this. Okay, us having 4 choices instead of 3 is going to be nice. We'll start off with this again. I think this is it for us. Okay, 30 with heavies and slingers. Dear tribe. The heavies are not an issue. I think we could take the Royal Forest. I think if we have like a bunch of 60s or 70s, we just pass the turn again. Okay. This is fine. Yeah, we can burn through the heavies real fast. Okay. We lose 2. Okay, so this is something I think will actually be good for. It's fighting these guys. A relatively small squad. And I think that this is really good for us because we get to come here and then come here and then reinforce from here. In general, it's feeling like we have to reinforce squads though, rather than keep pushing the squads forward. And actually, it makes more sense for us to push into this. And reinforce here. Just because this only has 2 surface areas, so we're gonna have to do it like that. Alright, let's do this. How you doing, ZS, though? Oh my god, we ate so much damage. I mean, this was kind of what we were expecting, though. We just attrition a lot. Oh... Yeah, they just have a lot of bows. They're soft to our bows, but... And they morale out pretty quick. Oh, so did we, damn it. We didn't want to have retreating. Now we have a bunch of guys in here. Ugh. Might be an okay fort location. I think we don't want it in our circle though. So maybe this is a better fort location. Brightwood. Maybe it makes sense for us to go here, get reinforced again. I don't know. Unfortunately, they don't have archers. This is real good for us. That's why we took no damage. There it says they have archers. Slingers aren't as scary. How are we supposed to do this? We're not very close to getting another expansion squad. We can very obviously take that. Although we don't have anything to put in front of the cavalries. So maybe we go after this, and then take a turn of recruitment and then go after this. And then come here, and then come here. With that squad. And then we try and recruit up another squad. We could go this way. Oh, we need a mage to pick up that dude. Feels bad, man. Yeah, we maybe just do a round of recruitment to try and make it work. We can ignore this, actually. And next turn we can recruit another expansion squad guy. And go for this. And pick this up later. See what the damage was like. Why did we not take that much damage? Jesus. There's not that much archers. Ugh, Monday? What? Might super turn around. It's Sunday. Yeah, good for us that... And they retreat almost immediately. They do rout very quick, so if they have predominantly militias in the front, that's really good for us. Yeah, it just kind of is critical mass. Unfortunately, we roll the affliction. What is this? Okay. Well, we wanted to... recruit some of that to just check in front. We haven't been increasing the defense on these things. Preach for 1 turn. Nakone is here. Okay. We'll put these guys in front to absorb the charge. We got our second squad. We don't want the Bandars on top of our Sacreds, because our Sacreds need to eat the Bless. And here we are just going to put these guys as far back as possible. We want them to be able to screen versus these guys afterwards. So, because we're not going to be able to go under the throne, we want, if we have a third expanding squad, to be able to go from Bamot to Word Pillar to Damas. So Friendly Civilization, I think we get a recruitment bonus there. We could recruit some monkeys. Problem is we don't have any gold. Alright. We don't need another one of these guys, we need this. Seven Marcata archers die. This is exactly what we want them for, though. Not on the other side of the Pacific, not like this. Yeah, but these guys are just gonna eat the lance charge. Exactly what we want from them. And, like, another thing is, once these guys start getting experience, they also are really scary. Do we have any of these guys with 2 experience? Well, but they all have 1, and that's stats. We're gonna pick up as many guys as we can here. Maybe let's try and pick up... a little bit heavier on the equipment. How'd the other one go? We lost 7 Sacreds? Ugh. Yeah, the blow, yeah. The Sacreds are also faster than the Bandar Warriors. We might want to put the Bandar Warriors in front a little bit. So these guys can put, like, right here. But now that we have the Jade Maidens, we want these guys in the absolute front. Is there a way we could... No, we can't. We don't have anything useful yet. I think we do this with the idea that next turn we will be able to bark skin up. We're getting... Or we want to be able to send a guy out to bark skin with them. Ooh, Let's do that as our recruitment. Because we will want guys out front for the cavalry. We're on turn 8. We're gonna have 3 expanding squads. The thing is, we're just very sensitive, I think. I knew that this was maybe gonna be a tough one. They eat the charge. Right idea. Just not enough sacreds to rout them. Yeah. Right idea. These guys kill a ton of dudes. We might be strong enough to go for that. I think we're just going to return. Hubris is what that is. I think we just pick up our dudes. Yeah, the Amazons are like really tough. I don't know. Maybe we weren't supposed to try that. Well, trying it's important or useful. I want so bad to try it again. I think this maybe works. And then we can bring this squad back, reinforce it, and then go out for this. I think this is risky though. I think it's like 60-40 this works. Just did an archaeology run on Stellaris, came here to relax, and hearing Stellaris music had you like, do me like that. Getting source of recuperation or affliction healing would be good to keep those sacreds tip top. It would, but I don't know how we do that. Like at this phase of the game. Okay, this does work. Our guys just get in there. To be fair, they all get a blessing. And they don't have any cav. Yeah, okay. In retrospect, this seems obvious that it works well. If the thing is that if they have the cavalry, it's rough. They don't have enough slingers. Nice. Alright, what's up with this thing? What's up with this quest? I don't know what this is about. But next turn there's gonna be a big scuffle there. A big kerfuffle. So maybe we just do this. We can recruit out of here too. It's not against the rules. And our guys move faster than the Bandars, so we're gonna put the Bandars more in front. We'll put these undisciplined guys in back. We just want to preserve their numbers. Let's grab one of these guys. But here we can cast... Oh, do we not have... We'll have it next turn. Alright. Personal bark skin. Guess we could twist fate a whole bunch. I mean, this is the only place for us to go into. Still have plenty of sacreds. We should be fine. Maybe we want more PD, because we know what's coming. Like a lot more. That's maybe too much. I don't think we need quite as many of those. Alright. I think this works. I didn't realize there was Cav in front. Who ate the lance charge? I guess it might have still been the idiot monkeys. Yeah, idiot monkeys saved the day. These guys do so flippin' much damage. Zulu's like half of them though. Actually, I don't think we can keep pushing. How are they supposed to do the quest? How does that work? Yeah, we're spread thin here. Slingers, heavy infantries and slingers are way better than archers for us. So we're gonna try this. I think we'll recruit this guy so we can go fort. I don't know what the event happens here is. We'll just preach and see what happens. Let's do that. Okay, Royal Forest. We do the thing. Alright, here first we get damage done. But now we're at end of our usefulness, maybe. Malicious heavy infantry, light infantry is fine for us. We can fight that, I think. We just can't fight archers. And let's see, the Royal Forest had an awakening of these guys. One of the adventurers dies, probably the one that we set to attack. And the Yavanas do work. Look at all these beasties. So this is what took our province before. So us getting heroes is kind of nice. Not exactly what we wanted, but... Province defense also comes in clutch here. And most of the damage is going to be, yeah, our Yavanas. Okay. Would have been nice to get the Fire Mage again this time. It was kind of close. How do we heal those? What? Maybe these guys can be marginally useful for this battle. Okay. Gonna leave some of these guys behind to reinforce the other dudes. Do we want heavy infantry? We can't. Okay, this is kind of the last turn. We will have... I think enough gold next turn to build this fort. Let's see if we get the last place we're attacking. We do. No loss of Yavana, spectacular. We get another adventure. What is this? Okay, so we have 4, 8, 12, 13, 2 expansion parties. One is really strong, we're actually almost 3 expansion parties. Kind of, sort of 3. 3 weak ones, equivalent of 2 decent-sized ones. I think this is an okay enough performance. Amazon Lizard Cavalry are sacreds as well. They go great with your bless. Yeah. Do we think that they're better than... Needs a temple? Oh, this only needs a temple. Oh, maybe I should have just built a temple there. In that case, I think I really like looking to link this guy up here, build temple next turn, and then move this guy over. I thought we needed a temple and a lab. I'm not sure what, the mount isn't sacred, right? I'm not sure what happens if we can have two of these guys to a square, because they're larger. Oh, no, wait. They're enlarged from 3 to 4. And they're size 5 because of the mount anyways, so that's good for us. Yeah, I do think they take the bless pretty well. Especially with lances. Actually, now that I think about it. Because lances with, the blood surge is really nice together. No, this start feels good. This start feels good. A little bit spooky. I think we got cucked super hard. Is there ever a sense of peace in this game? No, just violence. The Pancrator does not allow for peace. But we have this start and we have the other start now that... So, we're 2 for 5 with this. God. But 2 of them seem like really bad variants. Although this one was probably kind of good variants. We actually want a bunch of barbarians around us at the start, because we do pretty well into them. Gratis par something? English, please. But thank you. I assume you're wishing me a happy affiliate anniversary. Appreciate it. I just can't moderate other languages. Yeah. Alright, let's take a save. And try out the other start we were thinking of. The other one we were thinking of was just very straightforward. Just take an Awake Expander. Not throw the scales as much. Well, maybe we kind of want... Could go up to 8. 8's so expensive. Probably better just to not throw scales as much. And just take larger. And just say, expansion's too hard. We're gonna just do something that's probably gonna be consistent on the expansion. This guy has recuperation, gets rid of afflictions, and he will have decent protection with 5. This gives him more protection. And we start with him awake. That's why you need to practice your Portuguese. Sí, claro. Except that's my Spanish. Just kind of very straightforward. And what's interesting is this guy will do well against the archers, I think, but we don't want to run this guy into barbs because he'll die to like he'll die to the really high damage stuff, but other stuff he'll just be able to cruise through. I don't know if we can just YOLO him turn 1. I think we can't. I think we want to see what's going on. We're probably going to be sending one guy this way and the other guy this way. Okay. Those are archers. Archers. So I think we could do this. Personal bark skin. And attack. Gonna set these guys up to eat the charge. Now, one of the issues is our guys are gonna route a lot easier now. Because we don't have the extra morale. Yikes, we lose 5 of these guys, and we lose the independence. I guess we had to just take another turn. That's unfortunate. Yeah, maybe this is the stereotype of, like, the exact thing we can't fight. Because they're 100% archers. But this is why we take the Awake Expander. So already up to a rough start, though. How's he doing? Yeah, he's fine. Battle wounds, but he heals afflictions. We do not want to throw him into that. We, like, didn't even do any damage to those guys. We're actually just gonna go here and then into the barbs. We don't have iron skin. Okay. I think we could just keep YOLOing that guy in. I'm not used to expanding with one of these guys. Then what do we do from here? I guess we could go for the throne here, but that's probably doesn't work. Yeah, we should have just gone in the lizards to begin with those guys. Alright, well that didn't work. The thing is if it goes poorly with this guy, the entire run's like dead. Oh, I didn't know they had lances. That'll do it. Yeah. So he's dead. Also, I don't know if he's big enough to trample... I guess he's not big enough to trample the cav. Is another issue. Yeah, he's just dead. So we got a good example of when things can go right with them, but... No, this is just super hosed, because we don't... Now we don't have this, like, primo bless for our sacreds, so our sacreds aren't even really that good at expanding. Also, maybe the lack of the primo bless was why we couldn't beat this, but I don't think so. So I think this is actually just stuff. Go back to the drawing board a little bit. This thing is super, super tough and hard to kill. The problem with it is it's real expensive. It's 390 points. I mean, I'm really liking our build that we have been kind of tweaking. Which is this. Oh, sorry, but we have 25 points worth of bless. Yeah, we just have this big fat bless. But maybe we could do better with the bless somewhere. We're gonna put it in the things I think are like non-negotiable. Really like solar weapons, because we have 2 attacks. We're gonna try and see if we can think through this. Blur just for like stats and making expansion better, and same with Blood Surge, where we just have a ton of raw stats. So we have 4 points to work with, and 0 leeway. I don't think we want to go for anything incarnate. We could go poison weapons instead, I suppose. Instead of 8, instead of the solar weapons. I think solar weapons being good against what we're weak against is probably okay. So the ideas for what we spend the last 4 points on. We have been going double heroism, reinvigoration. I think strong blood is also reasonable, would kind of like poison resistance. I think poison resistance is kind of reasonable, but I think I like strong blood generally because it's 1 more point, but you get the poison resistance at all time. And the disease resistance at all times. And disease is helping to keep our sacreds alive, I think, is kind of appealing. Could do Mending Bones. Heal battle afflictions, but not diseases. Farcaster's a thought. I think it's too cute. Reinvigoration's good. I really do think the first point of heroism is so strong, though. Attack skill would be decent for repelling, but the guys with shields don't repel. We could go for an additional point of inspirational presence. Could also ditch Blur. I think Blur is maybe the most cuttable thing that we have. I think I kind of like it still, though. The thing is, like, we just don't have a good way of killing the archers. Or, like, we just super eat shit to archers. I'm not sure how to fix it. I just think we can't fix it. I think we can't fix it without just doing something wildly different. Swiftness, like, I already feel like they're running ahead of the other stuff, and we maybe don't even like that. Far shot's cute. We could use our archers. The thing is all this other stuff doesn't pair that well with the archers, I don't think. Blood Surge is okay, but I think it's too cute. So it's either second point of heroism or mending bones or strong blood. It's time to go Awaken God. What'd you have in mind? I think I kind of like what we've been doing, which is this. But what'd you have in mind for Awakened God? This is just so many bless points. If we go Awakened, we can solve the primary issue, which is dying to archers. Barkskin, Hardskin, Ethereal, Quickness, all help with archers. Yeah. We can also go the air thing. Air shield. But okay. What are you thinking then? We looked at... The thing is our ability to buff our guys then gets kind of negated. But Demi-Lich would give us the biggest buff possible. We could go Stygian Flesh. And still have a decent amount of points to work with. This one, to me, was like the most appealing. But I do believe the invulnerability is not useful alongside... If I recall correctly... Stygian flesh is not useful when we're going to be iron skinning and bark skinning later. Our guys do have enough life for iron skin and bark skin to be useful. But yeah, one thing... Hard skin does stack with it though, right? So hard skin or fortitude would be the better ones. If we went hard skin larger, what would we have to do? Too cute. Something like this. Could throw a magic scale a little bit too. My understanding is this scales with us iron skinning ourselves later. But I don't think 5 prot's not a lot. 5 prot is not a lot. And our guys won't be anywhere near as killy. But they won't die to the bowfire as much. Try it. We will also be able to research a lot just from the outset, which is kind of nice. We could also take this guy. It's a shame there's no, like, Earth Mage down here. But an awaken one of these guys for better research is also an idea. The problem is it's really hard for us to get up on... I mean, this is a thought. Where this guy would be able to help us with research a little bit at the outset. Do we like this or the stick better? Stick test gets recuperation. Well, that actually we could make the other guy give us recuperation. This is also giving us 8 candlesticks. Whereas like this. Way less candlesticks. We don't need the reinvig though. We just want it. As a researcher, this guy is way more useful. Larger also helps us stay alive. Does Chad have an opinion? I don't think Chad has an opinion on which one's better. We just only would be recruiting 4 Sacreds a turn with this. But do we like the recuperation? I like larger over recoup, yeah. I think this is nice and clean. We could maybe throw a magic scale, throw this for something, but I don't think we get much out of it. Yep. Just larger hard skin, stick test. Stick test. And stick test is, rather than an awake expander, like, it's much more resilient, I think. Oh, I don't know what's up with this thing. Do you want to get recharged? God, that's gonna be annoying for the stream. Okay. We're also gonna get our buffs way faster. Spread our candlesticks faster too. Beep boop. Yeah, apologies. Kind of don't feel that comfortable being Astro 5 on our god though. Don't want to get mine hunted. We roll so bad. Alright, we're getting 48 research here. So that means we're gonna get bark skin way earlier. Our ability to bark skin our guys up is gonna be really nice. Don't lose any of our guys. Our sacreds. Protection 1. Now to protection 6. So they're not anywhere near as killy, but... And they run too. Okay, there's lacking the morale. So that's gonna hold us back a turn just by itself. I don't think... Wow. Oh... Okay, maybe we could do this. Oh, we can only lead... We can't lead all the troops either. Okay. Maybe we can expand here just because this is so soft. Getting more resources. I don't think we get another... Let's go with this. Quickness, eventually we get a spell for our guys that'll help out with that. Alright, let's do a guru. We can't afford a guru. Let's do this. So we can afford a guru next turn. I mean, having the guy researching just out the gate is nice. Let's start heading back the other way. Lose 1 Yavan. So this is the hardest unit for us to deal with, or the hardest thing. It's just like all the cav archers. But we don't lose any guys as they walk in. Okay, this guy's kind of made whole. Oh, I don't know how tough Ganas and Pastures are. I mean, I know we beat this, but this is a little cleaner. We don't have a ton of guys. Let's just do this. Let's go for a guru. There's 2 Yavanas. Oh, I think we might have the guys out in front, which we don't want anymore. You know what? I think when we hit critical mass, this isn't going to feel anywhere near as good. Like, when we hit 15 plus, they're not just... They're doing so much less damage now. Actually, kind of don't like how this feels. I feel like I haven't heard this track very much. And this is supposed to feel a lot stronger on the X-Band. It feels stronger, but not like a lot stronger. I don't really know what these guys do, so I don't know if we lose this. We do lose it. Let's take a look. Has your prophet cast banishment? Oh, my bad. I realized that's what this was. Undead monks. Yeah, this is bad then. Well, looks like he's still doing a ton of damage. But undead guys should just... That's another thing, is we're really bad into undeads, because awe doesn't do anything. Okay, so it's scuffed because of that, but... We would have had another expand squad out. I wasn't even sure what those guys were. So that was me losing the knowledge check. But I think with this, a really nice kind of point is that we get to Barkskin, and this gives natural protection plus 7. But our other thing gives us natural protection. So we get into Barkskin, and then we're overflowing it by 2. I don't think I like this. I mean, we can assume that this went okay, and we're gonna get like more expands here. But even then, like, I think this feels like not as good. I want to see how they do though here. So they do fine here. I mean, hitting Conj faster is nice, but we should probably get a researcher instead of the idol. It's kind of lucky. We're also low rolling, I feel like, not having more barbarians around, because we do really well into the barbarians. Oh my god, I forgot to recruit. I think that kind of scuffs this start, but... We have 6 locations, it's turn 8. If we had an additional expand spot and didn't scuff that, we would have 7 to 8 locations. This feels... I mean, the expansion feels better, but the knowledge that we don't scale as well feels kind of bad. I don't think I like this. Which doesn't mean we can't do an awake guy. I just think that since the plan is rushing bark skin, it feels really bad to get natural prot. What if instead we got fortitude? We cannot do fortitude larger, I don't think. I mean... There's no AoE buff giving fortitude, so it's one of the best blesses. Yeah. That's kind of what I was thinking. It's better on troops than with prot, though. Yeah, but one of our main, like, power points is gonna be... We're gonna be casting, like, group stone skin and stuff. And then we have the natural prot. Or you mean it's better on just, like, normal prot, not natural prot? Doesn't make a difference, right? How's the math work? Is it fortitude, fortitude then prot? It's fortitude then prot, right? Not prot then fortitude? But yeah, that means we won't be that strong early on. This isn't solving the issue, right? I feel like the thing that would solve the issue is air shield, but air shield... Fortitude applied last? Oh. Yeah. I mean, this is an idea. It just has to do way better on expansion for this to feel good. And I don't know if it does. I mean, larger and fortitude both scale well. I wish we had magic too, but we don't have, like, a way to dump the... Well, we could dump this, but I don't think we want to dump 2 points of that for magic. Fortitude applied last. Yeah, it just scales better. We're also missing out on solar weapon, like... I mean, it's more research, but I think our bless just gets so much, like, worse long term. Oh, this is kind of a low roll. Maybe not going to be a good test. What the fuck? So we have one thing to expand into, and it's archers. I mean, I think for this to be good, this like has to hold up to this. The thing is, like, we had told ourselves before that, like, this amount of guys we were going to recruit for another turn instead of going after. This is actually just an awful roll, though. I mean, this is not archers, though, right? Maybe we're okay into this? We don't have any sacreds yet, though. The problem is our troops suck so much ass that, like, it almost doesn't matter what our bless is, like, at this phase, right? Because we just don't have enough sacreds. And, like, once we had enough sacreds, we were doing really, that worked really well, actually. Okay, wait. I wish I understood anything that was going on. Okay, so our issue here is these guys have very little protection. And they're really, really good otherwise. But also, our monkeys have generally low morale and also low protection. Just everyone has really low protection. So our fundamental issue here is we die to archer fire. If our guys get into combat, they have good enough like attack and defense that they tend to like win the combats and win out on this. And so fundamentally, like, the issue to solve with this civilization is this early game period where you're supposed to expand and get resources, basically. Yeah, they route quick, but... I mean, this went really well. Despite them having archers. And so we're dealing with a civilization that has some like very significant issues and trying to resolve those, because if we escape the early game with this nation, we're really strong. Because we have these guys who are sacred, and when they're sacred, they get is what's called our bless. And then you can recruit these guys anywhere. And the bless we have gone for makes them bigger, which gives them more life. And also makes them take half the physical damage. So if we start pumping these guys out, and then also we have really some strong unique late game spells and magic and stuff, we'll be in really good shape. But generally the first 12 months of the game, you're expanding against these guys with the gray flags who are independent. And so it's like CSing in League, let's say, where you just completely ignore the enemy. And the problem is our country sucks super hard at that. Like, real bad. And so we're trying to solve that as a fundamental issue. Lose 5 guys to the Ivani's. Our archers do okay. We did say we were beaten? Bro. This is a super low roll, I think, because I don't know if we can expand into this or what. I guess we could walk back and try and check. But so far it's not going good, but that's like also kind of expected. But this is supposed to, this is kind of, we were doing kind of okay with the roll I thought was super greedy. And if we're doing okay with the super greed roll, then like maybe we're doing okay with the super greedy, like, guy who's supposed to scale well into late game, then maybe we should just be doing that. That's kind of what it's feeling like. But we are setting up our armies here. Alright, I don't know what this does, what these guys do. It looks like we left some guys on the ground. But this is just really bad. But we're getting way more magic. I mean, it just feels like these turns are wasted on an Awakened Pretender. Oh, this went super easy. Okay, you win in Shiny? Not really. Well, I think we were kind of winning the first time with the first build, but even that build was really inconsistent. I think I like it better, though. We could show the 2 builds, or the 3 builds we played. What can we even recruit out of there? Okay. And then there's horse archers. Yeah, so this is just scummed. Alright. So let's look at what we've been thinking. I think I don't know how to navigate it very well, but one of the things we tried that just didn't work very well was this. Or something like this. I think we took 2 sloth. And the idea is this guy was just supposed to be able to expand on his own because he tramples, he's big, he has recuperation, and I think if we understood how to navigate with this guy better, that's maybe something reasonable, but it also seems kind of high risk. And so trample means that he just gets to run over enemy units and kill them really fast. It can only be used as something much smaller than them, though. And this guy's size 10, so he can trample over everything, I guess? We also tried... This is what we were just trying. With larger and fortitude. And one of the ideas is fortitude is really good, but you see it's incarnate only. And so what that means for us is that he has to start awake. To kind of try and explain to people what's going on a little bit. He has to start awake. And when you're awake, you get less points. So you can see we have design points, and you get less. And so the idea behind the really strong blesses, they generally require incarnate. You can see everything that's high points is incarnate only. So when we do that, we kind of have to take him awake, which means we're going to get a lot less points to do other stuff with. So we're going to end up doing something like this. I think this is what we did just now. And so what we're getting on these sacred units, which we're trying to lean into, is that they're gonna get fortitude very, very strong. They're gonna take half damage from stuff, and we're getting larger, which gives them +1 size, 30% extra HP, +3 strength, -1 defense, extra map move. Awake, but at what cost, basically. And that's what we just tried, and like honestly, it didn't feel that good. But one of the things this guy can do when he's awake is also research, so we get our research faster. But the greedy build that we did, I thought we just like couldn't expand whatsoever with it, and honestly, expansion felt like really rough with it. But we took this guy, who's the cheapest guy possible. Yeah, I think we clicked the wrong button. Okay, we took this guy, who's only 70 points for the chassis. So that means we do this, and then we do this. We have an enormous amount of points. Now we went up to, I think, 8 on this. And then I think we had this. And then this. So we had 650 points for magic paths. And one of the nice things that's good about the bottom guys, the bottom tier guys, is new magic paths are really cheap. And as you get more magic paths, you also get more bless points. So we did this. So instead of having 12 bless points like the sticky stick had, we have 25 here. But the issue is okay, we can't take stuff like fortitude because we don't have a high enough earth magic skill. Because you have to have a minimum amount on the certain skills to take the higher tier stuff. But also, this guy's not awake. He's sleeping. He's taking a nap, right? He's imprisoned. So he's not going to be around for the first 3 years of the game. When you're imprisoned, you can't get the incarnate bless only, so we don't want that. And so what we did was we tried to get as much stats as possible on our guy that don't require him being awake with our enormous amount of points. And a lot of these felt really good. And it made the expansion feel pretty good too. And we could talk through it a little bit. But the basic idea was we were taking the most, like, the stuff that was supposed to help expansion the absolute most with our sacreds. So, just getting a ton of stuff on our sacreds. At what cost is the sanity? Yeah, basically. So, we use exactly all of our design points. We have candles. This means that we can recruit a lot of sacreds a turn. Trying to learn Dom 6, good luck, homie. Yeah. We have inspirational presence. Our monkeys like to run away. This makes it so they don't, but it also means that with these guys who we're recruiting a ton of, they only have 10 leadership. They're sacred, so they get plus 50 leadership. So, and they also get additional leadership for the magic units. So we can actually use these guys to shuffle around units really, really effectively. And so, inspirational presence feels really good. Larger, squares in the combat are 10 big. And you can fit as many units in there as you can, as long as it's under 10. Our units are sacred units. Their size is 4. So when they go to 4 to 5, we get to keep 2 units in the box either way. And so this means we're getting a lot of additional stats. Also, eventually we'll get regeneration on our guys, where they'll recover 10% of their life a turn, rounding down. Minimum of 1, I think. And so getting an additional 30% hit points to get over 30 is really nice. I think that gets us over 30. Well, I don't know if it rounds up or down. Maybe it doesn't. Okay. But in any case, we're getting 30% more life makes our guys a lot harder to kill. Solar weapons. This is really nice when you have more than one attack. Because it's boosting each attack. All of our sacreds have multiple attacks. Not only do they have multiple attacks, we have special sacred summons that summon guys like this that get even more attacks. It's like, okay. Blur. This effectively gives you 2 defense. Attacking units have their attack skill reduced by 2. This is really nice. I think that... I don't think this helps us with Repel, but defense is normally 2 bless points. Here we're getting 2 defense effectively for 3 bless points. And then there's Blood Surge. If our guys kill a guy, they get +3 strength, +3 attack, +1 defense, +1 reinvigoration. Reinvigoration scales well late into the late game with mages. All of our mages are sacred, and so we kind of have pseudo 2 reinvigoration. But if we get a kill, we then get 16 bless points worth of stats, basically. That's pretty good. And so when we were doing this, just basically as soon as we attack, we would just like crush through everything. And then double heroism. Units level up. The first levels are way fewer on the experience. When you level up, you get more stats, you get more attack and defense. If all of our guys get to the next level, right, it's like a lot of stats, points worth of stats. It doesn't scale, or if they've been around a lot, it doesn't matter anymore. Because they can't get a higher levels, they can't get more experience, but it does make it so that you're kind of getting attack and defense and this type of stuff. Usually just a flat Strength Bless is better than the Blood Surge. Or the attack one. I mean, we could take... Or actually, we can't take Strength here. We would probably take attack over Strength, though, because we can repel. Yeah, 2 attack might be better than Blood Surge. I'm not sure. I like Blood Surge more on the maces. If you're trying to learn Forges of Ulm and MA is the easiest, well, I'm somewhat familiar with the game. I'm trying to make this work. Leaning on a Sacred's expansion is kind of advanced play. Yeah, okay, fair enough. These guys suck really hard in terms of their units. Their units blow hard, so expanding via their regular units is kind of a non-starter. Yeah, defense. Your defense, aka Blur, has no effect on repel checks. Yeah, that's what I thought. We could instead, Blur is the one thing that we are thinking of dropping. The greedy thing we are thinking of is Strong Blood. But Blur doesn't really, repel checks weren't coming into play with the guys we were recruiting out of the capital, though. Repel in Dom 6 is weapon length. Yeah, so these guys have really short length. Since they're big, it effectively gets +1 to 2. But these guys we weren't really using too much yet. These give us our repel. So I think blur helps more for expansion, and attack scales better, and we just wanted to make expansion feel better. And if we didn't want to make expansion feel better, Mending Bones is an idea, but I was thinking that Strong Blood, kind of into that. I think we had one start where we started with Strong Blood and one start where we started with Blur, where they both went well. Our very first start went well, but I think this is the test that we were using that exact build. No, not this one. This is the one where things went pretty well. And the thing is it feels like we just need to hit a critical mass of these guys. And the critical mass is like 10 to 15. And then the bless is good enough. And it doesn't feel like, it feels like we can use our recruits to try and... these guys to try and soak archer damage. Which would make me want us to not have Sloth 2, but we have Sloth 2. So resources minus 30%. But I think it's only for the very beginning we care about resources in the slightest. Your sacreds are size 3. Larger will reduce your units per square. Our sacreds are size 4. Our sacreds are size 4. Otherwise, we would not be taking larger. Yeah. With larger, they're size 5. I mean, Heal Afflictions maybe would be better than Blur, though. Because we are getting them, we are throwing them into combat a lot, so maybe we could make that adjustment. Okay, then larger is okay. Yeah. Large is also really nice for, like, turning these guys into a decent, like, thug chassis. Size 5. If we had easier access to Nature 2, I probably wouldn't have gone larger, because we could, or, like, if we were more thug-oriented and we had more Nature 2, probably wouldn't go larger just because we could cast it on ourselves, but it's nice on the Sacreds. Or on the troops. But we also could change up our magic pads a little bit, but I think that we have access to really easy access to water and everything else. I mean, we need 25... We actually, well, we don't need to do the bless we're doing. Thought about Righteous Wrath as well. But yeah, I think larger gives us just so much stats. Like, all of this just gives us a lot of stats. not needing to be incarnate. But heroism plus blur is what we were doing. We could do heroism plus bending bones. It's just expensive, got away, making each unit a little stronger, worth giving up scales just to get more units. Well, so the scales that we kind of like are the magic, but... we went the wrong direction on that. Yeah, I mean, we could drop the 3 points instead of getting Mending Bones. If we drop the 3 points, maybe drop the death. Yeah, I guess we would have to drop the death. And then we would get 2 more scales instead. So we'd be able to do this and this. The thing is the lack of sloth, I think, only helps us in the early game. Magic 3 would be nice, though. I don't know if morale's really helping you. It's way easier to shuffle around the guys. All your good units have high morale, you're never gonna make the little monkeys not run. No, this is something I considered. It's more like a logistical thing. Because all these guys are magic beings. And these guys can't transport troops without it, but with it they can. But yeah, we could just ditch it. If we did that, the thing is, I think we still need to go fire. But then we could add blur back in. I don't know, it felt really good with moving troops around, like in the early game, with our idiots. I'd get another growth over the resources. Yeah, I think I agree with that. I don't know if I like blur more than the morale. We were noticing we actually routed a couple times though. With our sacreds. When we didn't have it. I mean, small sample size. They don't have low morale though. They're just they're routing because we have too many of these idiots on the field, probably. And so maybe we have to try and be more intelligent. It's just we take so much damage is the reason why they're routing. Is still more income than order. Mitigates a lot of the random events that just kill percentage population. Oh. Ew. I do think we want 8 candles, though. 8 candles seem to make a big difference. Yeah, here... So I guess the decision is whether we want better scales or whether we want the recoup on our guys. Recoup would be nice. Or recoup the battle stuff. We don't have a good means by getting fire resistance. Is another thing. We could drop Reinvig for that, though. And we have fire scale. We could also do this. Which would actually make it so bridges stay more crossable. Or wait. I'm not sure we like stuff being more crossable. It's good for expansion, but... yeah, I think I just like the way Blur feels when expanding, so... I feel like unless you're Niflheim or something can hire Super Combatant turn 1, Scales is better than trying to make Sacreds near unkillable. I mean, we're not trying to make them unkillable. We're trying to make them kill stuff. This is like way more killy oriented. But yeah, I mean, like the issue is we kind of almost want to wait 2 turns, but Scales aren't... Scales to buy more shitty troops isn't going to really help us that much. The thing is like, other than the first few turns, we don't want resources. Our troops are just kind of trashy, like... I heard you're planning a dating advice stream. I was memeing. I swear. I do kind of like having growth, though. I think over... Blur, I think there's no other magic path we can cut now. For things that we want to do. So... At best, we could cut 1 rank of something in total to boost Astral or something. And take 1 less heroism, but I don't think I like that. It's more mages and you can afford more upkeep. Yeah, but the upkeep's in gold. But yeah. Also, our mages are all, like, sacred. So, we have cheaper stuff. Never heard of a thing called memeing. The Happy Chef says memely. Alright. Slightly less suspect. I think that we'll try this 1 more time and then we'll call it. I think I like this. Oh, yeah, wait. I do think Inspirational Presence, like losing it, is substantive, though. We're getting growth and magic scales for it, though. I guess we'll see how much routing is an issue. I think routing is an issue just because we're eating damage, and we're eating damage because the thing is, like, the starting retinue is just so bloody, like, and awful. I think it just causes problems. You can't put a public poll, then weasel out like that, brother? It's not winning the poll. It wasn't winning when I checked. If it wins the poll, I'll do it for April Fools. I don't think it's winning it, though. Yeah, more EU5's winning it. Okay, this looks... We have 3 locations we're adjacent to. Not the ideal layout. It looks like we'll have 2 exits. One this way and one this way. Okay. I'm gonna repeat recruitment here. And then... recruit as many of those guys as we can. This is an issue. I don't know the best way to solve it. We could recruit a guru turn 1. I think we won't. We will go Alteration 3, Evocation 2, Conjuration 3. We'll make this guy a prophet. And then we'll repeat the recruitment. God, this is so stupid because this is so bad for testing. That's just Uber Luxac turn 1. We're only going to take half of these archers with us. We're going to fire the archers, pull them attack closest, cast spells, and do Divine Blessing, the opener. Okay, let's go for this. That should be soft. We want to get across this bridge, though. Infantry... We could just idle this guy, or just have him patrol only. This is... Put Sacreds in their own squad, that's why you've had them retreat. Well, we lose morale if we do this. But yeah, we have the Sacreds in our own squad when we don't have the archers. We could just ditch all the archers or ditch all the other dudes. It averaged together everyone morale and more deaths in a squad, more RNG checks. We have to ditch a squad then. God, this is ugly. Try that, I guess. Cyborg Sellout, thank you for the follow, much appreciated. Can double up the archers, yeah. Just take this. Does this guy have upkeep? I think we're patrolling with this guy is clearly and obviously not better. We're just gonna patrol with this guy just so the testing's better. Yeah, we might have to cross this bridge. It just might make more sense. I didn't want to, but... Yeah, these guys, like... They kill so much faster with this blast. I like this a lot more. We only lost one. They kill 17 things. So we have two thoughts here. One is that we can reinforce and go for this. The other is that we could keep pushing here. Third is we could stand here, wait a turn, get reinforcements. I think critical mass is like an important idea here. If we attack here, then the next squad's got to do this, and then a third squad can come out this way. I think I like this. I guess we'll do this. We'll just put both of these squads further back, so they take less damage, maybe. Can we not guard commander on this? Okay. We'll gradually phase out the other guys. Also, I think it's important for us to get another thing going. Yeah, okay, so we're at a critical mass of guys now. Oh, we could just also go into the Berserkers because it's so much softer than Bone Tribe Idiots. Units. I think if we were playing in like a multiplayer lobby, we just take the easy fight. I think here we'll try and limit test / push it a little bit. Overall, this is a really good layout for us, too. I didn't see many guys we lost that were sacreds. That's kind of all we care about. As soon as they enter, though, they're so killy. Only one died. That's so nice for us. Steel ovens, high roll. I don't think we can fight 140 there. I think the plan changes here. Going for this. Oh, I really want this to be a new unit. And not just reinforce these. I think the barbs we're fine into. We only have 8 guys left, though. Can you spare some of this? I don't think we want to spare it for the new squad. We're gonna have the choice between 3 things, and then if it isn't good, we can walk back, pick up more dudes. But walk back, pick up more dudes is the same as receiving reinforcements. If we received 1 turn worth of reinforcements and just delayed our secondary expand squad, maybe that makes more sense. I think we can... Let's take the roll and reevaluate. Also, I think we want our first fort here. Because we want to secure the steel ovens. Nice, we only lose 1 Yavanas. Now we're down to 7. We do not have a critical mass. Yeah, but this is nice for us. So 50 units, but then there's this 20 unit thing. We could fight those 20. Okay. This guy's gonna have to have a different setup. Let's do that. We want these guys further up than our Yavanas. The Yavanas run a little bit faster. The undisciplined guys in back. Head out that way. How are we doing on research? Still not very close to alt. Getting able to cast Bark Skin. Don't want that. Alright, we don't have enough recruitment points, so this is what we're on. I think this works. Have you ever played MA Phaeacia? They're the closest conceptually to Carthage. I have played them. That's one of the few middle-aged guys I've played. Normally I only play EA. I played a lot of EA Bertos too, which is the precursor to the Carthage ones. Alright, we only lose 1. Ooh, didn't even know they had mounted guys. I guess it was just the commanders. I really wish I had a better idea of which ones had mounted and which ones didn't. Oh. They did have mounted guys, yeah. kind of it for them. And cannot fight the Amazon Riders, so we get to come back here. And still not too bad for us. The 15 here we can reinforce, but if we could shuffle around guys way better if we had the inspirational leadership, so kind of missing it a little bit here. And we get to come here. Oh, we could have recruited a guru and then had a guru with the squad. That's, I think, a leak. I think we should have done that instead. This guy's gonna go around the world. Well, the guru can probably make it to here, actually. Is that going to be in time for us to have alteration? No, we're not going to have alteration yet. Okay. So we haven't lost a battle yet. We're turn 7 and we have 6 locations. But 2 expansion squads that feel like they're in good shape. What the fuck happened? Why did we lose 5 sacreds? We don't mind the cavalries. The cavalries are fine. We mind if we don't know they're coming in. Okay, let's do that. Guru finishes. He doesn't have the map move. He doesn't have the what's in the box. Alright, I don't think we want, I think we want more of these guys. I don't think we have any special recruitment that we've gotten. This guy's death one. Could move this guy here, save us some time. We have to build a lab there next turn, though. I think that could probably work. By far, this is our smoothest run. I mean, to be fair, this is our smoothest run with the scales the way that they are. Maybe growth is more impactful than it feels like it is. We're not going to have alteration for another few turns, though. Obviously, researching with this guy would have been way better, or blood hunting. But yeah, I do like the Carthage civilization. Okay, we lose some archers. We lose another 5 Yatavas. Since they're bigger, they run faster. That's kind of what we wanted, though. Yeah, just eating shit to the archers is just what's going on. This works much better. Yeah, it's almost like reverse of who we want to expand into with EA Pyrene. Where the things that are spooky in Pyrene are the horses and the barbs, and these... it's the reverse here. Where just the one thing we fear is archers. Can't beat it, won't beat it. Archers. Like, the barbarian chiefs might be easier for us to fight than... I mean, like, actual. Well, since this doesn't say archers in it, I'm thinking of taking a go at it. We lost, like, all of our screening guys. I guess we have screening guys back there. We could go there to pick up the screeners. And a few recruitment points. Or a few recruitment points worth of guys. I think we just go for this. And then, okay, how did the other battle go? The other battle we lost 5. We lost so many of them. Jesus. Yeah, the archers are just shredding us. Let's get archers. I don't think we can make it there with units. We can. Not with the Bandar, though. Yeah, not with the Bandar. So... let's avoid this thing that consists of a bunch of archers. Get those guys in. And then this guy has to build a lab. Oh. We need a guy to build a temple. These guys aren't priests now. These guys are priests, but... I mean, that'll allow us to recruit out of the other thing. We're hitting, like, our important tech breakpoint either way here. We might just preach for the first turn. Amazons and Pegasus riders. Can we catch those with these? We don't even have Conj next turn. Sucks. Nice not to lose very many guys. Yeah, because no archers. That says no archers, but what if it lies? What if it lies? If they have no archers, we crush them. If they have archers, we get obliterated. Let's limit test here. We're in turn 10. Limit test. I think we would like to pick this up. Now these guys we really want to screen for us a little bit. We'd rather the goon squad screen though. Okay. Let's do that. I mean, we're coming back here. To research with this guy. Now we could recruit a better commander. We would be delaying a fort, but we would be able to start searching stuff. I think we'd rather just not delay the fort. Wonder where we want the fort though. I mean here, this is a bridge. And we have heat scale 3. So no matter what happens, this is probably going to be a good spot. It's also interfering with cap circle a little bit, but... But then we would have to build another lab and other stuff. Yeah, let's just do this here. Might be a little too early, though. I'm not sure if we'll have enough marginal income. We'll see, I guess. This guy's gonna have to come back. You can take those guys with you. You can't take these guys, though. Yeah. Yeah. So he can come back here afterwards, this guy. Pick up more dudes. So let's do that. We're hoping that we get frozen territory and we get to walk back this way. So maybe not repeat the recruitment then. Alright, here's to hoping 2 kind of sketchy battles go well. Alright, we were really low on guys and they had a ton. Once our guys get chugging though, if they get into melee with something else that's melee only, they just actually eviscerate it. Because they just blood surge, and then look at them, they're all blood surge. That's when they're lit up, which is giving more attack, defense, strength, reinvigoration. So if they don't have archers, they're like hosed. Alright, here's, I don't know if we win this one. Okay. Do you not have any fast flanky units? These guys are kind of fast and flanky, but we just want them to get into combat faster. Oh, I forgot they could drop on top of us. Oh no, they don't have any Pegasus Riders. Oh, they do. Just kidding. So these guys come back, clear out the Pegasuses, and clear out the archers. I forgot all the Amazonians are archers. This is probably an awful idea. They're very squishy though. We lose 5 of these guys. We fortunately don't lose a commander to the Pegasus Riders. And those Sacreds, I wonder how good they are with our guy. I think let's do this. And this guy can search. What's that event? Oh, we want to have a patrol there. Alright, is this frozen? No, it's not. I think maybe we could... No, the Horse Tribe Cavalry just, like, hard counters us. So I think we actually just have to start walking it back. But this guy gets to build a temple. This guy will build a fort eventually. I guess we'll put him over here and then patrol with him. Maybe just patrol here. Now here's a problem. We have so many of these guys, we don't have a good way to get them to the commander. We can do this, I guess. So we'll be able to bring them this way. We don't have a good way to get guys here. Don't need to repeat the recruitment anymore. What year is it? Or it's turn 11. It's turn 11. We're slowing down a little bit here to reinforce. This guy could cross the ice, it would be so much better. Maybe we just... Let's take a turn and preach and see if that works. It gets slightly colder. This isn't frozen over either, actually. No, this is just more conservative. Oh, I thought this guy could get there. Not like this. Heavy infantry and archers. Slingers are soft. This will be a nice location for a fort too. And none of those are crossable. Alright, good. Spectacular. Oh, unfortunately these guys can't lead our magic troops. then now we can recruit these guys. I think this works. Do we want to recruit anyone? I don't think so. Let's make sure all of our stuff's defense 6. So we don't roll bad events. $700 gold. And this is turn 12, so one more turn. Do it right here, only lose one of the guys. Yeah, these sacreds are just tearing through everything once they touch it. Cavalry actually are pretty nice at soaking the archers. Or the slingers for us. They don't exactly die fast either. I think maybe we try and invest in cavalry if we can. Alright, is there anyone underground? No. But let's do a numbers check here. We have 4, 8, 13 locations, and 2 very healthy armies. And then here, I think we get to cast Barkskin a whole bunch. I'm not sure if we like Barkskin more or Body Ethereal. I think we like Barkskin more. I don't think this guy can do this. What is this guy's heroic even? Soul Butcher. Just gets free death gems from the souls of his enemy. Hot. Big thanks for raising money for Ukraine. Thank you, thank you. Or you're welcome. I appreciate you caring about it. Are you sweating it? I am sweating. Is he playing the evil monkey faction? We're playing the good monkey faction. I think this maybe concludes our test, though. I think we might continue this game, too. This feels pretty good. And our scales get to be a little bit better. So we have... Oh, we have the morale. Wait, why do we have morale? No, it's base morale. We don't have the good leadership. We have larger heroism, blood surge, reinvig, blur. Slightly better scales. I think we could have... I don't know. I really like this build. Let's just take a quick look at it before we're done here. This is what we took in. So, the big thing is like, the massive bless with a bunch of stuff that doesn't require us being incarnate, and 8 candles means that we kind of get to expand, but we really need to hit, like, we need to hit having 10 guys in our expansion squads, it feels like. And we have to do fiddly stuff to avoid damage from the cavalry and archers, but if we could do that, we kill really fast. And then I think once we get later into the game, this will be really strong. It'll be very killy. And I think that we cover some of our weaknesses. Would like to have the extra leadership. Would like to have the resistance to disease, or we're missing out on death magic here in our guy. There's not a good way for us to put it in there. Other than throwing... Wait a sec. You get death 3. Just checking something. If the points work out. I also don't know if we want to go here or here. We want to offset it by 1. Why do we have, like, 0? Oh, because we went the wrong direction here. Like, why do we have 0 design points? Alright, let's put in our thing. I think that we had 1 reinvig... Or did we drop the reinvigoration? We might have dropped the reinvig. I think we did. No, we didn't. We had 1 reinvigoration, 2 quickness. Or 2 heroism, rather. Oh, I think I like this better. So what we did is we dropped the 4th path in fire for 3 paths in this. So I think this is better for site searching, right? We could still go mending bones. If we drop a reinvig and a heroism, we can go mending bones. Or the blur. The blur is going to be the thing that doesn't scale as well. It's important for us to have 4 air, 4 earth. That way we get to forge the Staff of Elemental Mastery. Or I would like to be able to do that. Can you get an elephant? Oh boy, can you get an elephant. Give me 1 second. Monkey bones. I guess. I think I actually like monkey bones best. This is what we have for the game, though, if we continue. Oh, and we're getting the extra candle. Yeah. That means from the very start we get to recruit way more sacreds. Oh, I think we lost out on a magic, though. Yeah, slightly less suspects, maybe less suspect, though. We could still trade heroism and reinvig off this. But maybe we can't, we don't have death here. That's maybe the issue. But you can go, not only could you go an elephant. As the country we were playing, you could go an elephant on wheels. I've seen Conquest of Elysium, but this is more my vibe. This is like, if you're more nerdy, Conquest of Elysium. And this thing is like impossible to kill. It's just very point expensive, so we won't get a very good bless. But... immobile pretenders tend to make your dominion cheaper. Yeah, but we can't get anywhere near as many, bless points. If we start approaching the same number of bless points... it starts looking like similar costed. They make the Dominion score cheaper, but this guy is more efficient at reducing the bless point costs overall. Because the new paths are 10. So we get to... Where are we missing? I'm going crazy. No, because we needed air. And then we tried to do this, and then it doesn't quite work. And then we need to sink a scale, and then we have 24 more points. -2, son of a bitch. How do we end up on 9? Did we do this? Yeah, we did that. Nature 4 or glamour 4? I think this is good. I think this is what... yeah, this is what we were looking at. Yeah, the mobile would be if you wanted a few big blesses. Yeah, if we wanted a massive bless instead of just a ton of points. But that's more or less what we did with Monkey Bones here, was for the 9. I kind of like 9 candlesticks, though. Mending Bones just might be greedy over Blur. Is that really all we're... Oh, we don't have solar weapons on this guy. No, we do. Solar weapons larger, blood surge. Solar weapons. Yeah, it's just trading. Trading the magic for the candle. I mean, if it's just about hitting a critical mass of guys, then maybe that makes sense. The magic scale's better than the candle. That would allow us to recruit one more sacred, though. I think it's every 5 temples you get another candle. So I don't know if we'd want to go 10, but 9 maybe makes sense. Magic lets us research faster, and we take less. I think we also really like taking less fatigue for our communions. And that's part of why like reinvigoration's good. And we take less fatigue if we're magic 3. So it scales a little bit better. I guess it's between blur and... Maybe I need to try this a little bit more. Blur and mending bones. But blur is going to be better initially. And if we're concerned about the initial thing, we should just prefer blur. There's probably some other way we can eventually look to solve that issue. I do think... There's probably a way for us to... Let's just check. There's slightly less suspect. If there's a way with these scales to pull back on this and this to be able to do that. That actually refunds us 16 points. Do this. So this is probably better. Same bless points, but we get to Astral 6 instead. I think it's better. Nature 5 is like a break point. We can make Earth boots, but we need Earth 4 for larger. So yeah, fiddling around with the paths so we get death is probably better than what we did. That way we could site search with this guy for death. Which currently he's not very good at. Hello. Yeah, I'm kind of pleased with this. Just like not getting debated into spending 3 more points, basically. Or 3 more bless points and instead getting the... I think that was a good change up. Getting the 2 more scales instead of 3 more points of bless. I mean, I guess we could cut blur even with the same idea. And then our scales get much better. I think that's gonna round it up for us, though. Let's see if anyone's streaming... See if anyone's streaming Dominions. I don't think anyone will be but us. Yeah, no, it's just us. Let's see if anyone's streaming EU5 then. Someone's playing Flanders. That's maybe going to be interesting. We'll throw them a raid. In that case. And we'll also link it to the YouTubers. So... let's do that. And then... Link to the YouTubers. Shadow of Forbidden Gods might be a PLI. I'll take a look at that after the stream. And then we will be off on the raid, and we will say goodbye to the YouTubers. Bye-bye, everyone.